Hi, hello there, Sean the Extra Guy here. Hope you're doing good. It's been a morning. I did spend last night doing like editing and shit, and I just, time slips by. But anyway, so let's just get right to it. I'm already late. Just gonna pause that elegantly and get right to it. Oh dear. I wanted to be up, at 10 o'clock, but yeah, just... My alarm was set. I just slept past it. And then I was like, I woke up at 11 and like, ah, shit. So, yeah. Extra the Sean guy. Interesting. Well, if it isn't the 69 Beetle Blues. Why does 69 Beetle Blues? Why does it sound like a fucking sports team? And here is the 69 Beetle Blues. Look at them come out. Look at their asses. They always come out only wearing jock straps. What the fuck? Oh, God. You was thinking more of a weird jazz song. 69 Beetle Blues. Oh, actually, yeah, it sounds like a blues festival. The 69 Beetle Blues. Yeah, like 1969, you know? What a great year that would have been to be alive. Just 1969, that's it. Like, no other reason. I mean, we've got 2069 coming up and... Well, it's like 40 years from now. But the point is, we got that coming up, I guess. Anyway. Silliness aside. Let's see here. Is that card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards?
Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it.
But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Hang on. Just realized my fucking glasses are smudgy. 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 My glasses are smudgy. My glasses. There we go.
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time is my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card gets stuck.
I didn't click to skip that, by the way. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. Let it be noted that this is the record the witnesses. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man blue murder? Shh, don't stare at him. You've got the wrong color, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Maybe he just panicked. Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. Well, why is it like... This guy is... They are really hiring the dumbest. You know, the best and brightest? Yeah. The worst and dumbest. King of Prosecutors Trophy. That's, I mean... Found at Prosecutor's Office crime scene. I mean, I'm trying to, like, think. Where I can point out the contradiction. And with what. Okay, it is that. Wait one moment.
I can't fucking speak, pardon.
I'd like to say the police would deactivate an ID card, but with this district's tendency, yeah. And considering Gumshoe has lost his several times. Anyway, wait one moment, Officer Meekins.
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room of the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report. It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. It was Gumshoe's ID that was used, right? No. It's on the record. It's on the record that his is not on it. But he has lost his card, apparently, so, you know. Multiple times. He's lucky his card didn't get used. Because I'll show you. There's a log of every person who accessed the room. Miles accessed the room. I should say Edgeworth accessed the room. But there's also this 7, like, how many sevens is that? 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 sevens. Well, okay. The 7 sevens. We don't know who this one is yet. Could be the one that accessed the, who accessed it first, and it's a master, like, it's a master key. It's a master key card. Same as a master, like, handprint, or master fingerprint. And that could be the chief of police. Yep, at 420. And of course we've got, you know, Mike Meekins, who put the, for some reason felt like putting the fucking, for some reason he felt like putting the mascot in the evidence room. You know, whatever reason. It was safer in there, I guess. Anyway. Order! 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 So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Yeah, it's funny, you know, they talk about this entire trial. I'm just thinking back on it. There was a lot of blood in the evidence room. Meekins was cut. Test the fucking blood. You'll find out that it was Meekins' blood. Aside from that, he's an officer of the law. If he's attacked, he can use force. But then again, in this world, the rules don't make any fucking sense because, again, I suppose the laws in California, again, overcorrection, but then in that overcorrection, it also went completely batshit insane and incompetent. Oh, God. Anyway. Order, order, order! Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support... There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... like, I guess that's right. I mean, of course it's fucking right. It didn't even show a fucking murder. It didn't even have a fucking body there. It has fucking Officer Meekins there. They should have fucking assumed that Officer Meekins got attacked, but they didn't. They just assumed, oh, he killed someone. Like, what the fuck is that logic? I just, you know, Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Something wrong, Mr. Wright. Just, you know, the fact that his last name is Wright just, you know, doesn't help things. Anyway, only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well. It seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department. Which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness. Observe the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah! It did. It did show Meekins getting attacked, even as stupid as it looked. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Or else Lana... What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Objection! One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Where the fuck did they go? Did they just crawl out? They couldn't have gone behind the camera, right? The camera's not on a fucking tripod, is it? Because that's what it looks like. The camera's on a fucking tripod. They couldn't even afford to, like, mount the fucking camera, like, on the wall, on this, like, you know, on the ceiling. Or, well, actually, on the ceiling would be better. But they couldn't even afford that. They could afford a tripod, and the camera's on the tripod, and it's like, it's, you know, it's got wires coming out of it, you know, so it's powered and everything. Some people trip on it every now and again because, look, Gumshoe probably trips on it a lot. We also didn't see that camera when we were fucking investigating that room, right? Let me remind you. But anyway, point is, that camera's on a goddamn tripod. So anyway. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean... Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Fucking hell. Would like to request a specific witness. Sad to say, a filming studio has better security than the police evidence room. You know what? Yeah, kind of, I guess, even though, like, a picture is taken whenever someone walks by. I don't know how useful that is. Anyway. Oh, whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name? Now, we would like to have Gumshoe testify. At least the cameras are higher up on the outside walls. You've also got a dedicated security guard. A dedicated security guard that actually checks the cameras, whereas this motherfucker doesn't even bother with them. Officer Jake Marshall. Fucking hell. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Time to eat. I'm gonna eat something. A burger. Ah, maybe I should start a burger restaurant. Call it Judgy Patties.
No, that's what I should call the burgers. The Crusty Judge. Yeah, I'm gonna call it the Crusty Judge.
The Crusty Judge. What the fuck was I thinking?
There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana? Lana. You're the one who knows everything. You're the one who knows everything. Emma? You always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey, 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 hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. I haven't opened it. Oh shit, hang on. A crispy can opened. Only the best ASMR. Only the best ass, mister. Alright.
That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked?
Oh. You mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name?
Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
The SL9 incident? The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you. I can't believe you. The chief prosecutor. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case.
Miss Sky was a witness?
Files for the Joe Dark killings. Solved 2 years ago. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're gonna ignore me?
Emma, but why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... And that's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark... No. No. Lana. That's over with. No. Emma, wait. That's over with. No. I think that's how it's supposed to be. It was emotional. I didn't put enough emotion in it. Emma, wait. Emma, wait. She ran away.
You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. I think Edgeworth needs it, so you can have it.
Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
I'm gonna read these fucking... Perpetrator, Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder. Sentence, death. Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall. Either, I'm gonna say a brother. Trial data. Head prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth. Yep. Witness, Lana Skye, Emma Skye. Investigation Task Force. Executive investigators, Damon Gant, Lana Skye. Head investigator, Bruce Goodman. Investigators, Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. Yep. Has he been dirt to his will? If there's a Joe Dark, is there a Joe Light? Is there a John Light? No, but there's a Joe Dirt. Joe Dirt. Wasn't that a movie? Like fucking... A lot, like... I remember seeing advertisements for it. It is a movie. Okay. I'm trying to think, like, what the fuck I'm thinking of. Like, did he beat up a gerbil or a squirrel or something? I don't know if that's the same movie, but I just remember that. It might have been the same actor. Stars in it? I don't know. I just have, for some reason, I've just got a memory of that. Or him beating up some sort of, like, small animal. Like... Has he been dirt to his will? He's not an earthbender. He is a beer bender. Meaning, after he's done with the beer can, he bends the can. Anyway, can't remember if I read this. I probably did, but anyway. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I'd better take a good look at this file. And I just did. I just did. Save the progress. Always save your progress. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. You know, it's actually, funny enough, it's nearly 12. It's 12:18 at the moment, so it's kind of funny. They're not the same date. We are very close to it. Very close to the date. Just like with the fucking Christmas one. We were very close to the Christmas date. for the last trial. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
Emma didn't come back.
Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you. Oh, I'm just a man, same as you. Wandering the trials of civilization. Or civilization. I don't know how it'd be civilization or civilization. I'm gonna go with civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. Trails, not I read, of course, I read that. It happens. As for my name, if you listen hard, I think because my brain fucking did that. Because of trails, anyway. And speedrun's been ruined. Well, the speedrun got ruined by my ranting. Because this is apparently a alternate reality California. Where society overcorrected. Well, because we know California's currently a shithole. And has been so for a while. But in this alternate reality, it overcorrected and it became way too strict, but it also, in doing so, became incompetent because it got way too fucking cozy. It got way too cozy with being fucking, like, very harsh on punishment and very harsh when it came to trials. So they just started hiring incompetent people. Incompetent and corrupt people. With only, like Edgeworth is like the exception. He's a good man. Anyway. The thought of speedrunning this game is really funny. Do you have it? Yes. Well, how about you right here? God damn it, Wright. He did it. Can you imagine if, like, if that's how it is? It's like, today I'm going to speedrun this entire trial. It's like he hurries people along. And Edgeworth is just like, what the fuck just happened? Can I please object? The judge is like, no, he's right. He proved it right there. Do I get my objection at least? Oh, sorry, he's already found the murderer. And there's all the evidence. I just looked at it. It's pretty convincing to me. And Edgeworth looks at the evidence. God damn it, he solved the case. How? It's only been 10 seconds since the start of the trial. Anyway. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Your Honor. Edgeworth has speedrunner PTSD. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall. Now, Mr. Marshall. Let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. No paper can sum it up. Why do you have a knife? Yeah, why does he have a knife in the evidence room? Evidence room? Why does he have a knife in the courtroom? Aren't you supposed to, like, check for weapons? Or is this, you know, they're applying the Second Amendment absolutely? Just shall not be infringed, including when going into a court case. It just seems like a bad idea. Oh, fuck. The right to bear arms. Anywhere, everywhere, all of the time. I mean, I support that, but I mean, you know, if you're going into a courtroom, I think that should be a fucking big exception. Unless you're fucking there to defend, like, everyone, unless you're like a bailiff. Oh, God. Anyway. Maybe it's best we get on with... What the fuck? Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. I don't tell him plain old English. He'll interpret that as old English. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man. So if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I particularly care for your beard. But you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. Security cameras, meaning there's multiple cameras. How many fucking cameras are there? Why is there only one tape of the fucking incident? Why is there only one tape of the fucking camera, like, the shittest camera they could have ever have picked? Right. Okay. Anyway. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses. Nah, everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Was one of the cameras behind the lockers? Probably. Probab-fucking-bly. Maybe proba-fucking-ly. Proba-fucking-bly. Yeah. Proba-fucking-bly. Yeah. Proba-fucking-ly. Proba-fucking-bly. Nah. You know what? Proba-fucking-ly. Yeah. Now it just sounds like I'm just saying something else. Fucking... God damn it. Sounds like a guy named Probab-fucking-ly. Anyway. Day of the crime. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred it. Fuck me. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos of nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase the tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good. So in actuality, you didn't physically enter the evidence room. You don't physically enter the evidence room. They said I was supposed to make the round. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Did you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. You used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite, incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. And you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. I don't know why. Oh, fuck. What a great fucking thing to say. I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that Parlour's Vongole sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles? Noodles. No, he ate pasta. Your Honor, he ate pasta. Not noodles. Noodles are different. You don't care, do you? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want to raise this year?" I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante. I'm a little bit stumped here as to what I'm supposed to fucking present. Hmm. Yeah. Fucking looking at the wrong one. God damn it. Okay, hang on. Okay, right. Okay, it's obvious. Okay. Fucking hell. Yeah, it's the fingerprints. On that specific one. If I remember right, I was at a street side saloon at the time it went down. But, yeah. Like, I was trying to think, like, okay, what one can I use for the fingerprints?
Objection!
Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is you being called in to testify like this. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind the scene. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness! Witness! What's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints are at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away. The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Blood? You mean tomato? You mean tomato sauce when I had my spaghetti? I'd laugh if that is fucking his excuse, but I don't think it will be. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by... The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Where my fingerprint The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation appears valid, but it wasn't a fucking murderer. Blood. You know what? I reckon it has something to do with the, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. I love how that's his fucking excuse, is that the murderer just so happened to touch where his fingerprints were. The fuck are you talking about, man? I need to check this, because I need to check the locker. See, there's no... There's none at the start, so... Aha. Yep. I have to present that, I reckon. God damn it, come on! I'm just gonna press him. That's because you, how did you put it? Pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Aha. Alright, well that's good. We actually got more information. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine, it's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened the murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right. Although seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, and I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing the gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert. It's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Oh, well, that's what I wanted to fucking use, but, you know, I wasn't fucking allowed to, now was I? I wasn't fucking allowed to. Wasn't fucking allowed to. He was expecting him to go on to say he has no fingerprints and go into a dramatic backstory how he cut them off. Well, the thing is, he actually does have fingerprints. Anyway. That was I think that would have been a better excuse. Security tape. So long as my trail isn't there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots. Places you can't see. Places you can't see. The camera is panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence of the witness, Officer Jake Marshall. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. 1, 2... Yep, okay. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then, it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order! Order! Hold your horses, partner. But you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Wow, everyone's going, what the fuck? Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker, now prove it. I mean, a fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? I only got one word for you, partner. No! Well, you didn't say that in 8 words before. Order! 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 Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Ole, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's all right. That's all right, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There is no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Officer Marshall was standing right here.
There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was.
Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in this video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman? He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on the ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. I almost said desert hate. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? And what do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the scene of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions.
I can't fucking say this.
Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I can't fucking say this. Why? Perhaps the video is the key to our unanswered questions. You know, that's the way I do it if I can't get a fucking line right. I just sing it. And it actually fucking works. Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. That's the best I'm gonna get for that one. I'll do it again. Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. If I read it like in my own voice, perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. Fuck. All our unanswered questions. Well, even I can't say it. Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. It's such a fucking, like, odd bit of dialogue. Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I think, yeah, there has to be, like, a particular pause to it. Wonder how the marshal feels seeing the prosecution actively help the defense. I think he hates prosecutors. I don't have any evidence. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Excuse me. Very well, let's take another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Oh, hang on. For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat? You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. You must be happy a prosecutor's acting as defense instead. This entire got completely fucked. Anyway. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have had to be here now. Now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right? It seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the one. My guess is he's the donor. You know, when you've found out what the fucking, like, who the blood belonged to in the first fucking place, this fucking police department is goddamn incompetent. But I believe I've ranted about that. So. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. When you say it, you mean... You even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was 2 years have passed since this case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Again, this fucking, like, statute of limitations and transferal. What the fuck is the difference? What is the difference? Shouldn't they have waited 15 years before they went, okay, let's transfer the evidence. It's been 15 years. Like, what the fuck? You know? It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I plan to take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filing out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall? So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only plan on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I don't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Why did Meekins... It's like he saw someone go into the evidence room, didn't even think it was a detective. Panicked, attacked the guy, and then, Yeah, I don't think Meekins should be a fucking police officer. He ain't gonna survive. then again, maybe he will survive. The town's crime rate is limited to murders. That's the only time people get their fucking, like... That's the only time it happens. There's no gang violence. There's no, DUIs. There's no, like, you know... how should I say? There's no, felony crimes where, like, say... People are just too scared to get in a police chase because if they get into a police chase, their car deactivates. Everyone's got like a what is that thing? I forget what it's called, but it's an American specific thing. I've never heard of it like being in Australia, but it's like if you call the police and you've your car's been stolen, you tell them your number and they can deactivate the car. Like the car won't accelerate, it'll just, you know, essentially the motor will just, it won't do anything. So basically it makes it easier for the police to get your car. Anyway. Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. Yeah. The reason why I say that because, you know, just this alternate California where the crime rate is really low. There's just murders, that's all. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What, are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty? Someone else stole the evidence? Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? I also took a sip before, if you didn't hear it. I'll take another sip. How about this? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. This is no small offense. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever valid. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And and I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget about the SL9 incident. You know why? But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crime. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at the trial. Something went down at that trial. Something no one would talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files.
Excuse me.
Objection!
Officer Marshall, I think I understand. Yeah, because there's a guy with the last name of Marshall. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received that same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor?
You must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award.
Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. It's the first time we've seen him without his hat on. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the then Deputy Chief of Police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day of the SL9 case could be reopened. Again, what is the difference between statute of limitations and this fucking evidence thing? It was the same thing. Like, the case was solved fucking back fucking, you know, with his case, right, with Edgeworth's case, that was solved, but it took 15 years and then it ran out and okay. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. Never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder of the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than that. It's got to be more than just that. So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got a draw. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you. This boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved. No doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. Actually, it is. Actually, it really fucking is. It really fucking is. She had so many fucking holes in it and lies in her testimony. At that point, you just throw your fucking testimony out of court. Because they just lie so fucking much. And it's like, well, what the hell are they, you know, what's the truth here now? Anyway. If you have a response, make a single word or less. I rest my case. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I have proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Ah. Hold it! Your Honor, wait. Emma. The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? In a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dart killings. Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. Oh God, what's...
Emma, only lawyers are allowed to say, hold it. I sentence you to 50 years in prison.
Say, hold it. He had like a, say, hold it. It's like, what the... he adds emotion even when, like, it doesn't need to be, but he still doesn't. The little trooper.
So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No, but I figured if I examine it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again.
I guess he got shocked. He tried to say something and just... He's fucking short-circuited. Buzzy goddamn short-circuited. Maybe long-circuited, I don't know. Look, the point is... you know, Buzz. That's the point. It's in his name, okay? Buzz. Well, that's another one. Something. I mean, you can clip it if you want. It's just that we get so many of them. But Buzzy is like a fucking gold mine of AI, of TTS AI, just having constant strokes and constant PTSD moments. And dramatic moments as well. You probably do the same thing. I tried to do the Dr. Junior thing as well, but he didn't do... Okay. That was different. He went, holds. Constantly running out of batteries.
So, did you find something? No.
Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad, I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. But if we can't find something wrong with them...
Damn it. Twitch's clips feature is giving you a temper tantrum. Can't get the clip. Oh well.
Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a fingerprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with the blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question. Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I need to concentrate, it's now.
What could be wrong with that handprint in Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing?
Objection!
This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction.
The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there?
Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
I just pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be
something I can use.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? Blue Badger. What about that piece of plywood?
The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here.
So
watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what?
Fucking gasp. No. Gasp! he says it. Gasp! Anyway.
That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint of this spot on the locker.
What? So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found in that locker. Oh. I heard like like he was trying to talk to us from beyond. Your Honor, among all this chaos, have we once considered to ask the Blue Badger for his testimony? He was there, no? Well, it's just as crazy as asking a parrot. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found in that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there.
Mr. Wright, think through it scientifically. Emma. On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint in that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in.
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice.
But how?
One time was captured in this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time, someone bled prior to the struggle shown in this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered.
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us. When did this first incident occur, as Mr. Edgeworth said? Proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present this evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? I think it's this, because there's still one name on, like, one thing on here. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card. Oh, the ID record card. The ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel in the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m.? If the crime took place before that crime, then it would be 4:40 p.m. At 4:40 p.m. Miles Edgeworth, just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the lumino test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's take a look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 7 sevens. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 77777. He went in with the 7 sevens. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose number is 7777777. That's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7 sevens belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Objection!
But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There was one situation in which can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your I would appreciate it if you keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes? No, not you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 7 sevens. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. Is that trial 2 years ago? In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana, I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But, Lana, even if it involved forging evidence, see? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. God damn it, the edginess. They're edginess, man. We're on the fucking brink of just being edged. That was me stretching. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. Yo, edge. Hello, Mark. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. And that's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened? What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Once she finished her work. And then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
A permanent picture.
What did you see in the instant that what did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. Poor Emma. You've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. Incident? Well, hang on. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. Wouldn't it be incident, not instant? I think it's supposed to write incident. I tried, but the words just couldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grow up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. And that way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand. What makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime.
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. And that must be why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her.
This is like a very long trial. Like longer than the last one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm doing stretch. Oh, yeah. Stretch. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay.
Lana? Mr. Wright? Mr. Wright? It seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason you're transferred to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about the usual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered in the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all the drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, what the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation if there's 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office? We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. Oh, here's another Buzzy.
Lana, were police actually good at their jobs back then?
I hate to answer, but yes, they were. We asked them to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. And that's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim who had the victim, Emma, the one who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. I read that wrong. I can't reread it again. And the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. And what did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it. What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their... Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you. Never know where life will lead you. Eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? It must be his pet cactus. It must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why did prosecutors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me, wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. Didn't he beat up an officer? I mean, yeah. Apparently he can voluntarily turn himself in. That's not how the law works. Normally they detain, you know, a suspect like that. And, you know, he would be in the, he would be in the detention center. Apparently we can trust him because he's a patrolman. We can trust him. Even though he just tried to tamper with evidence, assaulted a police officer, impersonated a police officer, or impersonated a detective. Yeah. He has several felonies there. I'm sure about it. So he should be in the detention center. Instead, he's here. This fucking city is drastically incompetent. It's like they're lucky he's a trustworthy guy. He's not actually a criminal. He's not actually a corrupt police officer. He's just, you know, he's frustrated over how a trial that he was involved involved in turned out. He still committed a crime, though, so, you know. It brought a knife to a court. Well, that too. But apparently that's allowed, because they didn't even fucking try to take it off him, so, you know. And I guess him being an officer, maybe he was allowed to carry it. I don't know. Anyway. I read that. Didn't I? Yeah. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's oh. That was Joe Dark's, alright. Give me a second. Alright, sorry for that. I'm back. We're in an ad break anyway. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. All right. That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? That means there was a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? With forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? King of Prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? It's an honor for a prosecutor. That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. Mr. Marshall must have been really close with his brother. The day of the SL9 incident, the day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough to not be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. Okay, if I can jet ahead that or a plane. An airplane. You know, letting off whatever it is they do. I'm not a pilot. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office. After that case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Ska was totally different when she was a detective. Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret? It all started 2 years ago. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He's the one who used falsified evidence to get the guilty. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave it to him. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Man. Why are they dressed like that from a noir detective story? You know, I guess it's like, you know, a play on the noir detective story. It's, you know, they're cowboys. You know, I don't think cowboys were still a thing, you know. I'm talking about, you know, like fucking like outlaws and sheriff, you know, like that kind of shit. The Wild West was around when like noir was a thing, which I think is supposed to be like 20s, 30s, 40s, maybe 50s as well. But yeah, the noir genre. Actually, no, I think, yeah, it does include the 50s, yeah. But not late 50s and certainly not early 60s, because then it gets into like, yeah, it just gets into the hippie age. Okay, so given how much he's already lied and withheld, is he even from Texas? I believe it was one of the people that said, I think it might have been Gumshoe. I think he might have said he comes from West LA. So, you know, he doesn't even fucking, like, he probably doesn't even come from Texas. He just wants to believe he comes from Texas, which I don't blame him. You know, Texas is a lot cooler than California. I know, because I was there. The United States is a fascinating place. It really is like you're going to different countries. Like like a lot of people, I think Americans don't realize just how different like one state is from the other. Like, yeah, you might have a few states that are sort of similar, but I went from Indiana to fucking, to Texas, and then to New Mexico, and then back to Texas, and then back to Indiana. It's just totally different. It's like they're totally different countries. I know this is like going there's nothing to do with Ace Attorney. I'm just talking about like my experience and my impression. It really is like you're going to different countries. And as was like, mind you, I'm not too far from the truth of it, because back when it was just the 13 colonies, they were different countries, essentially. Different countries that were united under, under a British colony. But yeah, like, that's why it's called the United States, by the way. It's not called, a state is a state. Meaning, same way France is a state, same way Germany is a state. But what are they states of? The states of European Union, but they're not the same country, they're separate countries. Anyway, point is, it's like, yeah, you might all speak English, you might all, have a common law that holds you together, the Constitution, all that shit. You're under federal, the federal laws of the United States of America, but you are all separate countries. Just, united. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is it's fascinating, okay? But it's fascinating because this guy who is from West LA, who's saying he's from Texas, I don't blame him. Because, yeah, Texas is much cooler than California. I was only in California for, like, I guess, probably like 3-4 hours. I was at LAX. I know that's not that's not the whole impression of the state, but I flew over it. I flew over it. It's it's interesting flying over Los Angeles. By the way, it is so fucking big. I think I might have said this back in 2023, but Los Angeles is really fucking huge. I don't know, it's not just Los Angeles, it's, suburbs around it, Anaheim, all that shit. But what I consider Los Angeles is that entire fucking area, and it is huge. It's a huge, sprawling fucking, like, suburbia, and just, like, yeah, it is so fucking weird because I'm not used to that. Like, it's so odd. So fucking odd. Anyway. Enough about that. Anyway. February 24. Prosecutor's office. Back to the game. No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Anyone ever told you this game brings the LA hate out of you, Sean? No, it just brings the California hate out of me. I mean, this could be in LA, but it's California. Like I said, this is an alternate reality California. One where there's some Japanese influence, which is probably not far from what it could have been. Oh, shit. Anyway. But instead, it looks like we just end up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. Hi, Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned for by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Alright, where am I supposed to go now? I went to the Criminal Affairs Department. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. But there's always the same two people there. It's always the the balding Japanese-looking guy. And yeah, he's clearly Japanese. He just looks Japanese. He's got that Japanese Japanese businessman look. Yes, I said business. And then we've got David Tennant here. Yeah, that's right. We've got the 10th Doctor. I wanted to point that out because it's just, I mean, look at the sideburns and then look at the way the hair's going. And yeah, it's not a, like, long coat, like a trench coat. But, you know, it's almost the same color. Almost. It's the 10th Doctor. The fucking Doctor, the Doctor is right here. Back when Doctor Who was good. That might be a controversial opinion, but that's just my opinion. How the hell does this district suck? They've got the fucking 10th Doctor. Well, he's not there to solve crimes. I mean, at least not in that sense. He's there to solve cosmic crimes, I guess. Crimes on a cosmic level. They're more important. Because, you know, he's stopping the Daleks and the Cybermen and the Suntar. Who else can I pick? Fuck. What are those farting ones? Not the Slovene. That's the. They choose human forms and they fart a lot. God damn it! I've never forgotten. It was either way. That was Christopher Eccleston's one of Christopher Eccleston's episodes. Show's been falling off since Matt's Doctor. I mean, yeah, it kind of fell off for a little bit during Matt's season. I think it picked up a bit after the Ponds. And then Clara was there, and then you had the 60th anniversary, and you also had Peter Capaldi, but I think it was like sometime during Peter Capaldi's run that it just went downhill. You can blame the writers for that. You can blame the writers for fucking everything. You can blame the writers for ruining a lot of sci-fi this day and age, because, you know, they're not writing sci-fi. They're writing either they're writing self-inserts or they're writing like about the message, or they're doing it because they don't know, they don't actually want to fucking write for sci-fi, or they don't want to write for that specific show. They want, you know. Anyway, there's a lot of theories as to why writers are doing the things they do. I think it's mostly because of they want to just force a message, and it just doesn't work, because at the end of the day, you can have a message, but when you let the actual meat and potatoes of your IP fall down the wayside, meaning if you let the things that made your show what it is completely fail and make them not make any sense anymore, that's when yeah, that's when you fucked up. That's when you've ruined your franchise. That's when you've ruined it for, like, long-time fans. And the fans at least paying attention and have more than 2 brain cells to put together. Anyway, that rant aside, I didn't expect a rant about Doctor Who and the state of sci-fi, but that's how it turned out. I miss Captain Jack, okay? I miss Captain Jack. I miss Captain Jack Harkness. Right, anyway. What you've seen of Capaldi's run, I don't think Moffat had a single clue what to do with Capaldi's Doctor. Yeah, there were some good episodes. I haven't watched it since Capaldi, but, you know. There was at least some decent episodes with Capaldi. But, yeah, it was, I think it just went completely off the fucking rails. And, you know, there's a lot of reasons. A lot of reasons as to why that happened. Star Wars, Star Trek. And then you've got, like, all these other, like, they're not quote-unquote mainstream. Like Warhammer 40k and that. Like, yeah, it's like, Warhammer 40k is popular with, like, nerds and shit, but it's not, like, it's not mainstream on the same level that Star Wars is. You know, a lot of people know what Star Wars is. A lot of people know what Star Trek is. That, you know, whereas people who aren't nerds or people who aren't that, you know, that into, like, sci-fi and, I guess, fantasy as well, yeah, they don't really know 40k or Warhammer, for that matter. Even D&D. Like, D&D is a very specific thing for nerds. That's why I like Pathfinder. It's just 10 times better. It doesn't have the fucking the current shit that D&D's going through at the moment. But anyway, I'm gonna end this rant. I'm ranting. I am fucking ranting, and I'm probably, like, pissing someone off. Look, like what you like, you know. Like, even if you like what I consider slop, I don't give a shit. You like what you like, but at the same time, it's like, I know how good a franchise like Star Trek or Star Wars can be. I know how good a series like Doctor Who can be. I know how good they can be. It's sad to see them get downgraded in quality and go the way that they go because of dumb fucking decisions in the writing, on the writing table. Anyway. I think I already read this, but I'll read it again. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do. About Mr. Edgeworth. Not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look at Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't just go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. We're just told we can't go in there. Shit. Yeah. That's called a stretch. Right.
Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Buck. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. Da 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 da. Anyway. Like, look, I'm playing the fucking organ in my head, okay? I look cool. Playing the organ in my head, dressed in fucking, like, just as fucking Alucard, and I'm playing, you know, Symphony of the Night, stuff, and other, you know, Simon's Quest, Castlevania, Castlevania 3, and also Super Castlevania music. It's, you know, in my head it looks cool, but, you know, you guys can't see in my head. Anyway, I can't even play a pipe organ. I can play piano, kind of, but yeah. Anyway, I never could remember where C was. Oh, it's you. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full, too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean the forged evidence. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. So something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. The sword. The sword. The sword. It's the sword. There's a sword in it. It's supposed to be a shield, but it's a sword. Gant team picture added to the court record. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. Has anyone told Gant his name sounds like a disease that makes your throat feel like syrup? Look, guys, I caught Gant. I gotta stay home. I don't want to give Gant to you guys. God damn, I wish there was a cure for Gant.
cure is jet fuel. Oh, the joys to living in proximity to a fucking RAF base. Well, proximity being like a few kilometers away, but still, it's like you're always going to hear them. Did you summon the Gant Demon? I think we did. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this... Are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier. While the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. What did you find? Well, did you find anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. Gumshoe, you always stick out into our hearts. Gumshoe will always stick out in our hearts. I think that's what you probably... That's probably what you meant, right? Anyway, that's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then, could you not fucking... A jogger came across the scene and was killed as well.
Why did they fucking make it on a skip in that, right? I did not press anything. Why couldn't I just fucking read it and then, you know... I haven't got autoplay on, so...
A jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness? AKA Emma. About this.
Hey, is that...
It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet, down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gad.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
Hey, that's it. That's the king of prosecutors award that...
Okay, yeah, we've already seen that. Alright, apparently we gotta go to the High Prosecutor's office now. Show him the blue badge and he'll remember why he joined the force in the first place and let you in. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. There he is. It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh?
I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. And what's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean, the evidence was falsified.
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuse I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Why has it all come to this?
Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Ah, fuck. God damn it. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's why my superiors are banking on... I bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture. Something seems strange about it. Yeah, there's no sword on the shield. That's what's strange. I caught that straight away.
Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right?
I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning and then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes. Just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right. And that's right. Okay. Okay, this is where I present the picture. All right.
This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now.
Remember what?
That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
Sounds interesting.
Would you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell me it, though, for Emma's sake?
Very well. This kind of music doesn't fit this situation. Kind of feels like it should be like ancient Chinese music. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd. He claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute.
Objection!
Those claims contradict each other.
Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow. Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished.
Chief Gant?
Now, why did he have the halberd part abolished, hey?
Isn't that a little fucking suspicious? I think it is suspicious. I think it fucking is. It's goddamn suspicious.
If you just hit them against each other and see what wins, we wouldn't have this mess. We wouldn't have the King of Prosecutors trophy. I wonder what the original, like, thing was. Like, the kanji for... It would have been, like, the kanji for contradiction. Because, you know, ancient Chinese, you know... Well, not ancient Chinese, but just Chinese, because kanji is from the Chinese language. Originally. Anyway, King of Prosecutors trophy updated in the court record. Well, there we go. Oh, examine crumbled paper. Okay. I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look.
What, while he's right there?
Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no! He's falling to the ground! Hold on. First, let me see what that girl's crawling around my feet. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation.
Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything.
They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently I was so caught up in the smoke I lost sight of the truth. Edgeworth, the others are right. I have no right to serve as a prosecutor.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you were only doing your job.
I've always made my own decisions about what I can and cannot do. That hasn't changed. Forgiving myself is something I cannot do.
Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
Edgy baby, please.
He's still going. Still going. Oh no, I think it faded out. He really means his please. Alright. Well, that's... underground parking lot now. Like I said, I only need the walkthrough for like, okay, what am I supposed to do now? And apparently, yeah, you're supposed to observe the fucking thing he threw out. I didn't think there was something behind him. I just thought it was just going to be like, he just, you know, threw a bit of paper, but I should have known. He didn't even say his whole thing. How else will we meet? Over coffee? No, it's not the same without the sexual attention of legal drama. That's my impression of Buzzy's voice. The impression of Microsoft... Oh no, it's not Microsoft, it's True Voice, I think it is. True Voice Mail 1. I still... Oh god, I wonder if I can remember, like... The first time I discovered that voice, I wrote a random fucking, like, situation. It wasn't even named Buzzy at the time, it was named Computer. It was a computer looking for a job. And it went through a job interview. Send in the first applicant. I remember, like, send in the first applicant. Name? I have no name. Why? Because my programmer didn't give me one. It was so fucking stupid. It's like, okay, do you have any experience? Well, I worked at a taco stand. How is this relevant to this job? I don't know, I just really like tacos. I think that was... I'm trying to remember what exactly I fucking wrote. And, yeah, pretty much the stuff that, like, you hear about tacos and fucking, like, ice cream. It's like, that was the shit I wrote. It's like, I don't think you're suitable for this job. It's like, fuck you. I hope your mother gets prostate cancer and dies. It's like, how my mother... Only males can get prostate cancer. but fuck you anyway. That's it. That's it. I hate this job. I quit. You didn't get the job in the first place. Like, it's so fucking stupid. I remember it. God damn. Oh, fuck. I gotta write it down and then use the Buzzy voice to play it out. It was the funniest shit at the time, okay? Probably still is to some people, maybe. I'll see how the reaction is. Sounds like a South Park bit. Oh god. I think I'm gonna go for some nachos. Yummy. Nachos. And then I'll have some ice cream. Yummy. Ice cream. Almost as good as nachos, but not quite. And I remembered that. I remember that line, and I actually fucking used it in one of the videos that Buzz is in. I don't remember which one though. It might be the it might be Miracle Warriors that I used it in. But yeah, just random fucking shit. Also, Computer had a dog and left a note. Somehow, it wrote a note saying, I'm leaving now. Please tend to my house and acknowledge that I shat on your lawn and shat in your backyard. I loved watching you cleaning it up. I ruffled my ass off whenever you slipped in it. Anyway, enough of that. I'm getting distracted. We need to actually get through this before it gets late. Well, not late for me. Well, I guess late for me because I gotta take Zelda on a walk. Anyway. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was. And the evidence that case was due for transferal. On the very day that evidence was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness.
I want her jelly donut.
What the fuck? Okay. You have her jelly donut then.
I want her jelly donut. Truthfully, I just want her jelly. Where do I get the jelly? You know exactly where I get the jelly.
The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much the past you dig up... No. No matter how much the past you dig up... No matter how... No matter how much the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her, Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant? Lana and Chief Gant. Lana and Chief Gant.
What's in her bag?
Milk.
Oh, that bag. It's just milk.
Okay.
I mean, there could be milk in there. It might contain milk. Therefore, contain dairy, so if you're lactose intolerant, you can't have it. May also contain nuts. Wait, no, not in that bag. No, in the other... No, hang on. No, don't fucking... No. Don't... I'm talking about the lunch bag. I mean, look, if you think it contains nuts, I mean, that's on you. But the point is, I'm trying to make a joke, and it's not working. Alright. After case closed.
That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done? I'm proof enough of what happened.
How much for Joker pairs? $250. About $350.
After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
she was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked. And always watched out for the other detectives. And that's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. And that's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must mean his goal of all that must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. That's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fucking hell. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've seen. I hope you've turned out to be a better chef than I've been. Alright. Criminal Affairs Department now. No, actually, why I did that. That was me stretching my back, and I just went and fapped. No, I'm kidding. I'm still stretching. Oh, yeah. Good little stretch. Yeah. Ah. Right. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
Letter of resignation. Letter of resignation. Pull at his heartstrings. Yes. Get his debts. He cares so much about Edgeworth. Pull at his heartstrings and he'll let us in. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way. Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious.
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective.
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But
Here, take my ID card.
we can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. Terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
All right, Detective. Thank you.
Tuck swiftly into pocket.
Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he? Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face. Look, his eyes are half shut. Yeah, and his mouth is half open. No, it's not. No, it's fucking not. No, it's fucking not. It doesn't look like fucking... What are you talking about? Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch. And he's got the narrow end of his tie in front. I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue.
Same look that he always has, really. Also, we didn't check this out. Neil Marshall, 27 male, date and time of death, February 19. Wow. 2 years exactly. Between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Cause of death, single stab wound, piercing heart, lung. Assessment, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. I bet you look real nice on a photo, on an ID photo too, right? Yeah, maybe. She does look pretty photogenic compared to Gumshoe. But, you know, pretty much anyone's photogenic compared to Gumshoe, I guess. Alright, I just wanted to have a look at that. Okay. Chief's office.
Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now,
Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out.
sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing, sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card?
Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my, hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have to look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining.
Could I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah. You wouldn't be... No. There's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Now then, let's look around a little bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that.
Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think... Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So let's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
No, if Gant's trying to cover up false evidence, maybe leaving the office the exact same from 2 years ago isn't the brightest of ideas. Yeah. I don't know what point he's trying to make.
This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is.
You know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's...
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
No, hang on. No, I wanted to see the... Ah, fuck.
I wanted to check the court record. Now, you know what it is? It's 7777, isn't it?
I'm so sure there was a number. Maybe we should check the court record again.
Yeah, I couldn't fucking check the court record. Fucking... I then thought, wait, hang on. You know, checking the court record. I just remembered. Yeah, it's probably 777. 7-digit number. That's amazing. I got the same combination on my luggage. Well, this master criminal mastermind, Chief Damon Gant. Password to his safe, fucking 7 sevens. Yep, great. You know, because I thought for a second, it can't be 7. It can't be that. Surely, that's dumb. It's got to be like one of the ID numbers or, you know, the incident date or something. But no. Gant might be an idiot. Yeah. Yeah. If he's an idiot, then everyone else who didn't call him out on his idiocy is also an idiot. What is going on with the justice system? We've asked this so many times, but we keep running into just... I keep getting surprised. I keep getting surprised by the justice system in this game. Bingo. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 777777? The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777? That ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? What? I fucking want to know that. Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here, too. What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Right, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. Well, before I do that... Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. With that paper he was reading in his desk.
I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name. Huh?
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this was doing here. Wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, Detective. What did you just say?
I said I wondered what...
No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long?
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-sized list of evidence.
The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so.
Okay.
Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
Hello, monster. I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one that was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
He finally gets it. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Assemble fragments. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a Ricky can do.
Mr. Wright, here comes the glue. Here's some glue. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. There! It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But...
Hey, guys, get a load of this.
What is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood.
I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
Unstable jar, updated in the court record. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
All right, go to town. Sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints. It's fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh. Where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told it a million times. Alright, let's get this over with.
His middle finger. I don't know,
To represent... Oh, fuck's sake.
Yeah, I bet this would have been done on the touch screen. I don't remember doing this case at all in the fucking 3DS version. I don't remember. Why don't I remember? Did I just, like, give up on this case? I think I might have. I think I might have gave up on this case, because maybe at the time I just didn't think to look at a walkthrough. Okay. Emma Sky? Would you look at that? It's Emma, interesting. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match. Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst. Hey, you. Over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. I love how they're not in evidence bags. It's like, here, you take it. Also. Alright. Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record. Fuck. I love how it's just like, yeah, I'll just keep this in my pocket. this is what he does with evidence. The thing is, he's not a police officer, so what the fuck is, he doesn't have like a little baggie for evidence. But he does. He should. He's a detective. I guess he just doesn't keep him on him, like, in his coat. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief, go ahead. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run into a... pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out! Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you, the one with the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright.
Look, pal. If I've ever told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listen to me. I'm gonna try smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
That chief is guilty, guilty, guilty. We're going to fucking get him. But it's nearly 4 o'clock. God damn it.
I guess tomorrow will have to be. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day.
February 24, detention center, visitors room.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story.
Oh, here we go. Is he gonna say it though? Oh wait, no, that was 2 minutes ago. Shit. I just noticed it then. He didn't even say anything. At least I didn't hear it. He's just out of battery, as usual.
I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Roma Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Would you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as much as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
It can either be that or the... I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you summarized. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage in your right hand. Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh?
He was already dead.
Why'd you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want to be opened again. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. And if word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. When I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler, you asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room.
It's kind of weird she doesn't have a shirt under the jacket. Is she full commander in there? That is classified information. It is classified. You cannot know. We cannot suspect to know that she's going commando under the jacket, or even if she's going commando in with the pants. Don't make me think about it. You know what? I'm doing this for both our sakes. I'm doing this for both our sakes, okay? This is for both of our sakes. There we go. Alright. The last one was you, I guess. Alright. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. That's understandable. I'm nearly done here anyway. But thanks for coming. And I hope you have a good sleep. I'll be done after this when it goes to the third day. I'll save and quit. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, as both a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued. Ah, yes. I wish to save. Right. Title screen. Alright, we're done. At least for now. I'll return to this on Saturday, because I actually I want to conclude it. So yeah. Yedge. Right. Well, that's gonna be it for me. It's fun. It's really fun. And just reading through the dialogue, voice acting it out for you all, it's fun. Even just like the rants that I sometimes have. And talking about, California, ranting about stuff. Just, it's fun, okay? And the story, like, I like the story. Despite some of the little hang-ups here and there that I'm kind of like, well, what, this doesn't make sense. At the same time, I'm like, I still enjoy the story, For all its flaws, I enjoy it. So yeah. Anyway, hear another jet above. So it's time for me to go. I'll be back later on. So yeah, gonna actually be streaming. Not yet. Last night I just gotten into the middle of doing things, so I was just I was like, I'll put it to Friday instead. So yeah. Anyway, hopefully that the next Redwall video will come out next week. That's if I don't know, maybe. We'll see. Just, I gotta still edit the video. It's the last video of book 1, so just depends if I get it done in time. But anyway, yeah. Okay, guys. I'm gonna go now. But, of course, thank you very much for watching. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for dropping by say hello. Whatever you did, thank you very much. You're awesome. Hope you realize that. Excuse me. I'll see you, man. See you all for the next one, whatever that may be. I know some people can't make it to, the one later because it's really early in the morning for a lot of you. But hey, if you can make it, awesome. If you can't, doesn't matter. Go see me in the next one. Anyway, see you guys then. But, of course, as always, no matter where you're in the world, no matter what time it is, stay safe and have a nice day.